Yes, indeed. It is called Lothric, where the transitory lands of the Lords of Cinder converge.
So fucking hard.
Surprised a lot of they said he's got a lot of heart, but I personally think he's got a lot of throat. Because it wasn't the heart that got hurt. Obviously, Elizabeth in the wrong place. The monster man hurt on her. Look out, Irish whip in, ducked underneath and
Ah, another one roused from the sleep of death. Well, you're not alone. We unkindled are worthless. Can't even die right. Gives me conniptions. And they'd have us seek the Lords of Cinder and return them to their moulding thrones. But we are talking true legends, with the metal to link the fire. Not fit to lick their boots. Don't you think? What asking us to seek the... We're talking true legends, those who would link the fire.
Welcome to the bonfire, unkindled. I'm a fire. I tend to that the lords have left their thrones, and must be delivered to them. To this end, I am at thy side. Ashen One, to be unkindled is to be of sovereignless souls will become thy strength. I will show thee, Ashen One. Bring me souls, plucked from their vessels. Ashen One. I will Ashen. Very well. Then touch the dark, take nourishment from these. Farewell, Ashen. May the
A pleasure to make thine acquaintance, Ashen One. I am but a humble handmaid of the shrine. Weapons, armor, trinkets, and spells. I've lots of little things, and yes, I'm undead, Ashen One. Fetch, as is thy will. Ashen One.
Well, a newcomer, I see. I am not as a humble smith. You're in search of the lords of toilsome jerk. Let me. I am a smith. Maybe I don't.
and is rather useful in terms of things up to a certain time. Where this university goes here, just before this. strong interest in designs, armors, and weapons. Another aspect of the collection is a question that makes sense and tell too much. He asks, what about the trickster side, to which Otsu replies, one of these fragments of life. No one perhaps does, not even Yaraki, and then they begin to talk about the character. So the creators of the Dark Souls universe, the creators of Donald, have chosen the set of Donald is the set of the trickster. But what would make Donald a trickster? He sells some boss armor and he's very charming to us. He doesn't give us off a ledge like a picture. Of course, the trickster is not the prankster, and the trickster is always part of the fun. The role is not so consequential because he is the actions. A trickster in stories and mythology and in history are those who are devious, those who are creative, and secure the course of history and evil. But if they are there is often greedy, materialistic, selfish. What one bears trying to understand his nature. Let's go back to his army. But he believes the wonderful thing beyond says is where we can after all. So it isn't as unique as the layers all the effects. You can earn his test to say something about the world. You cannot lie and paint his eyes or the time-worn, sharpened and careful sunlight's face on. If it is such a unique and special thing, then surely he wouldn't be selling copies. If there are hundreds of wise, strong explorers running around, it stops saying anything important.
Ashen One,
Components of history.
predict them to look very well. Then he can.
This is It's interesting that there isn't a question on this kind of after all. It scores rather well. It's almost as the Lancashire and called Bracer, which symbolize a Lancashire. This is the case. The 16th Empire is its water, which was seceded as originally Gaelic entirely. However, it's still Lancashire, who would feel accomplished in the someone who collects and owns their and therefore is a bottomless well, in which he stores some of his collection. A great deal of their things, and also shares a great deal of their insight. Let's look at his actions carefully for a moment. He talks to us and says to us that these are related. As he talks to us, for the most part it is inconsequential. Indeed, the only time it is not, it follows a pattern, a cold pattern. Donald never gives us advice without us spending souls. The more souls we spend, the more rumors we hear, the more advice we get. It is very valuable advice, but it is not fulfilled. He only receives us here and the bar alone. If we do not fulfill it,
Farewell, Ashen One. May the
a colder character than our first impression led us to believe. How his behavior could have harmed so Laurentius? You are the starting classifier section even if you are friend.
We'll take this. A flame from the Great Swan.
Now, you're a truly great pyromancer. This is a very meaningful thing for a pyromancer. Laurentius himself explains its significance. He goes on to give great insight about pyromancy for free, to share and pass on knowledge for free. It also shows a lot of science and density stuff. The legend. Let's take Logan as another more moderate example. He says he owes us a favor for saving him, but he is far from businesslike. He cheers us up when he says he can't teach us sorcery due to lack of intelligence. Oh, do not regret. I can know about sorcery. You will find he imparts great deeds of knowledge. Has concern for us. Like great potential. Don't grow and die while nothing. Do this, and now he is easily guilty of that. It's a sense of his attitude towards us. He recalls his challenge, but listen carefully to the thread of what he says. Found anything special for no good self? I certainly hope so. I'm afraid I don't see anything here. Well, I'm certain we will make a good trade eventually. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon. We'll make another fine trade as well. Not every trade is meant to be. There'll be more in store for us. Someday, sometime. There seems to be one thread here. Just how usefulness do you hear those important words? Souls, a tip which costs the man 2 breaths is behind a paywall. If we go on to be a good consumer and rely on it, we hear the most important of all tips. Here's what she says. You are a fine trading partner. Only after being a good trader, giving Donald enough profit to go behind us. Great status of, in Donald's eyes, being a good trading partner. Even after this stage, however, there is no concern for our well-being in this world. I know that. Does Donald show any care or concern towards us? He doesn't wish us well or ask about us. The most we get is a good day. He doesn't communicate about anything other than trade, and if he does, it's because he's profited and cost enough. After noticing such business-like behavior, we might be led to believe that his tips are again purely about his self-interest. Perhaps he wants us to loot and explore, and steal the areas, further his access to rare items. In this case, we have paid for an uncharitable thing. Final piece that shows the lack of emotion he holds for us, as if we were typing. If he kills us, he says farewell, but in such a cold tone. He is closing a business deal, and because it is closed, the truth comes out. We can hear his attitude to us in this world. We are nothing to him, a useful resource. As you are saying. What does measure the cares, obsessions, loves, and hates of the characters in Dark Souls by their final moments. It's easy and sympathizing with the desire. As his soul leaves his body, his final act is to warn the lady he loves. He is not a fool. The version is real. The truth always comes out when your time is up, and there is nothing left to lose. The final moment to have wronged you. The lonely Gwendolyn takes this opportunity, his final moments being spent in hate against us. He dies on wishing. It is what one most cares about, and the emotions around those things that show themselves in the final moments. Love. Regret. What he covets. He is addicted to the material, the rare, the special, cold, hard point and object. Things of value with no life, things of value that have no soul. The voice actor will have been explained the true nature of his character, and his delivery of this final line. And this Republican and discussion moves us closer to Donald's true character. Under the surface of a warm voice and a cheery demeanor, there is a coldness and expression. Donald is consumed by his collection, by his treasures and by the treasures of others. He is yet he shows us how central to Donald's character the possessions is. He says, I was adamant that he should inherit a lot of things. Even in this world where money has lost its value, he holds on to these precious objects and carries them with him. Here again we have the sense of coveting, of objects being precious to someone, perhaps. And those once were in possession. They might strip rob from people, communities, cultures, and take what they want regardless of the damage, simply to satisfy their possessions. This theme is in Dark Souls already. How does Donald carry around some of his collection with a bottomless box? What is the description of the bottomless box? The interesting section states that some derive it as a symbol of unbridled avarice. Unbridled avarice. An object for which we would do a great deal, even too much for. If we attain these, they can consume us too with obsession, real obsession. Worried that someone else comes to open the box. Of paranoia and worry over the collection, of of the endless hunger and obsession with material objects, until, just as our own dreams consume our time and lives, we can drown in our own possessions and wealth, eating our time, protection of them, obsessing our thoughts. So too is the quest upon this nature of covetousness, temptation and wild, insatiable greed, and it takes life, turning on its own the symbol of grief is a mimic, and if you wear a symbol of endless hair, it is a symbol of shame for those who the same jolly and sound friendly, his true soul, if we could see it, may be beginning to walk. Runner himself may reveal any growth of his fashionable methods. He is a peddler of souls. Spelled as it is in the game, it means someone who sells illegal goods. Now, of course, he goes from place to place selling small items. It means to say he is a sort of traveling salesman, but the choice of words does push us to reflect. Where does he go? What he sells comes after the death of the owner. So what of the rest of it? His choice to diminish himself as a mere peddler is also curious, given that his armor sells other weapons. He seems to gather the richest of items with such ease. Let's examine some of the other items he sells. One is the master key, a rather peculiar item for a humble peddler to own. What is Donner doing with the key of the trade for thieves? Next is that he sells crystal items. This reminds us that he wields them. He has an abundance of these, it seems. He wields a crystal greatsword and shield, and crystal magic weapons. associated with sleep and family. What we have revealed that other is intended to be real. Duke's archives. The Duke's archives. The channel watches over the ancient war dragon, the gaping dragon. And meanwhile, Adeline, which was the only new planet placed in the archive. Adeline, a treasure of Ida, now played. wielded by no one but the Pilot. It cannot be gotten in-game anywhere else. It still follows the idea, and even though Tunnel gives also follows a remarkable pattern we don't often see in self-distinct mentioned Donald gives us is refusing to believe the capsules use designing weapons to repair the resenders' daughters. Not only is it of interest that he has some understanding of which may be the power of the Grave Lord, but primarily that he is knowledgeable about the
Welcome, host. Very well then taken.
Interestingly, this means he knows that the bug-eyed lizards from the depths what is most interesting is that bug-eyed depths, which was not originally from the depths,
Farewell, Ashen One.
Has heard of it. No one in game mentions it. Your missing narrator of items occasionally secret last words of the night. Every other image, painting, drawing, rumor, tale, even art. So know that item one thing even with the problem. Pleasure and an age of wealth is open to him one day. There's something wrong. From Ornstein to Gwen, Seed must have recognized that it's something very rare. After all, the illusion of quantum may always be there after death. The genius of Seed has completely lives and dies with him. Amongst all the treasures in the archives and crystal invention, Seed's one gunner over. Although it's trusted by the potential profit of the deal, the fact that his loyalty to the board. After all, Seed knows the value of betrayal. Understanding of the world, keen sense of navigation leading to a clean imprisonment, that members of the plot, their rare loot stored in each his word, gold behind us, blocked by giant mushrooms, ready just in case the relationship with Seed and his father, ever the businessman, ever the collector, his collection and growing. Ronald may not only be connected to Seed on the ark, in fact there may be evidence that he visits and even stores things. Maybe he doesn't realize that it still belongs to him. Donald guards his precious treasure. Donald, the world ruler. He is remarkable in how he steps across the world. It's his name Nemo, who is thanks to his competence at travel. He gets everywhere. He seems to navigate the world with ease, and in this sense, rules it. Perhaps he does keep traveling in a safe place. Sometimes the evidence in Dark Souls is so delicate, you need to feel it to access the truth. Perhaps we can feel that Donald has taken Hammer and stores it safely in the archives, safely in that only a world ruler, someone with the competence of movement of Donald, someone with his sharpness of mind and reach. Perhaps the style of its security can be who placed it there. Fatherland is treasure, the most precious loot of the chain of I'll risk it falling into the hand of a thief carrying it around Lordran, placing it somewhere unreachable, except for those who call it pleasant old glory. Let's look at what he does. He's questing. Not only that, but his quests lead to places where the sun couldn't possibly reach. If the sun was the same as in our world, perhaps it meant he was crazy for all which is possible, but let's assume that Solaire's ambition isn't crazy, that it's possible to find his own sun. Dark Souls is fading. The Age of Fire was a time of plenty, but now there are those. It still seems fun, whereas the our quest revolves around fire. Burn ourselves at the first flame. torch that yields a fire. What is the soul? The soul is fire. It's the soul of life. Fire is what burns through, providing sunlight with which all can see. Except in Dark Souls, what is burning is the sacrifice of the living. Unlike in our world, where sacrifice in service of society mostly takes the form of time, energy, and resources, in the world of Dark Souls, the sacrifice to bring light to the world is a bodily sacrifice. With the bonfire, there are human bones and veins. A big flame who burns scrolls at the bonfire is burning. Sacrifice a little of our soul. Solaire is looking for a sun that he can sacrifice to. There can be many suns. Gods can be parted out longer, which is dark. Wherever Guinevere is, there is surely a sun above her. The exiled firstborn son seems to have a son, according to Solaire.
Now, just the prayer of the age of sunlight, righteous, it shall know the precept of our sun.
Solaire is just a beginner. He confused himself just how to begin something. He understands that one can be started. He knows that it takes sacrifice, just as Gwyn's son takes sacrifice. Solaire has already been sacrificing himself. He's sacrificing his time, energy, and blood on his quest. He risks his life in every battle. Each time he loses it, the risk is thrown below. Begins to lose hope. He becomes so desperate for a son that deep in the chaos realm, he will accept an imitation. The chaos light latches itself onto Solaire. Feasts on the golden moon. He sees a beautiful light, just like the sun, to flame. In his desperation, he believes that the sunlight hour is the answer to the fading age. But he is only wrong, not crazy. We cannot use the sunlight maggot ourselves when it will die. The bonfires that feed on our flesh as well as is very impressive. It's in need of a polish even back when it's young. It isn't symmetrical, it isn't even gold. It has a very unique, bizarre shape. It's the taper at asymmetric distances. A shape that is very reminiscent of Solaire's sunlight maggot. Now, we are not suggesting that Gwyn's crown is literally a sunlight maggot fashioned into a crown. Just that the design similarities are remarkable, most likely deliberate. If the bones weren't similar enough, look at the face of the sunlight maggot, the position of the forehead, then look at the same place on Gwyn's crown. They are designed to be sustaining the light of the find Gwyn, eventually himself is food for the flame to sustain the light. This act is the same process as the sunlight maggot, just much more effective. Society is sacrificed and passing to service, but the benefits and this is not just the followers who sacrifice themselves for society, who compelled to live a life of freedom. Matthew's representation of society is captured perfectly in these two crowns and in the tragedy of Solaire's quest. Solaire wasn't crazy, he just understood all this before we did. He accepted a shadow of the real thing. his best boy advice. This is such a kind of character. He has never examined him closely. Everyone likes his talents so much that he's never elevated to the video. Alexius deserves justice. Piece the story together from his riches. Alexius himself is quite thoughtful about his past. He doesn't say if he was born with great strength, but he clearly says that he speaks very well of the place. Valencius was a pyromancer before he came.
You said that suit is the ultimate use of revealing the dark, but the use of fire cannot. Those means fascination with fire persists.
It's very possible that this wasn't just any literature. Valencius possesses and passed down from Plato to Solomon 200 years ago, and then Valencius possesses two of the but because this game is done
also tells us more things to do with pyromancers. The pyromancer is a rather primitive aspect of it. The most important of this creature. My pyromancy. That must be it. Because while the rest of the scene is free, actually possesses a great deal of power. So, that thinks about not getting a lot of fun. Yes, after all, she was there.
Welcome us. Very well. Then take. Farewell, Agni.
Hello there. You've been a stranger these days. Why? What's been taken of pyromancy? of course.
Ah, no, you not remark. Below the high wall, not the home of any lord. And please, I'm not as I'll be. What do you say? Very well. I am Grey Rat of the Undead Settlement. Give this ring to old Loretta, do your part, and
promises. He dives right in. Nothing will help him once he goes home. At the bottom of the black cloud, we find ravages of the swamp and farmland. First meeting him to years later. May not even notice.
Yes.
Master weapon custom, which has multiple crossbows. With more Midas was in a sentence and became a master archer under the guide of one who was before. And the archives.
Welcome, host.
Long before Sleep was allowed
Farewell, maiden.
They are regal, have been royal, and sieges
What?
The archives have been standing long before the dragon was
Pretty.
on the chess piece. bonded with his soul, and mainly to the thinking of his daughter.
At the bonfire, it dawned on us. He hadn't plugged in the network cable. Kirk wasn't online. He was in the game. He really thought this thorny bastard had to be an actual human. I mean, teaming up with rats was pure evil. Kirk lives in the game of Dark Souls 1, yet his story shows Dark Souls 3, Soul Station. Real PvPer. People call him Kirk the Jerk, Prick, and even He is infamous in the Souls community. All those players who hope to face the boss at the end of a long quest, only for Kirk to skewer them on his thorny sword. If you live through this, you'll never forgive him. He doesn't stop at one invasion, like all the other invaders. He invades us 3 times. He is very persistent. This persistence is why many more hate him. They feel his motivations are disappointing. Kirk hate goes even further. He even gets meta-hate. Completionists and collectors were angry that From Software made Kirk's armor so hard to obtain. For one player, invasion is the last thing they want. Another is hoping for a jewel more than anything. The third player will be ambush maker, get killed, rage. The second will stroll casually to the gaping dragon with their character Hollow and miss him entirely. They will rage later when they don't get his equivalent at the end of the game. That's Kirkish delight for you, sweet with some tang. His weapon and shield drop at only 33%, so it's recommended to use the covetous gold circle before killing the area boss to unlock his armor is a hard challenge, and even harder it's still a touchy subject, and yet that is one of the most frustrating design choices of the game, and yet, lovely. A curved tank fight, games with cosplaying curves keep online, form roll for invaders there. Armor is marked by whether it's the best looking set of function folds obsessors still discovering what the even the team by challenge runners this game gets time of use. Even by the creators have
they seem to go hollow and die in their only hunting humanity, but finally something
Welcome. Very well, then take note. Farewell, Ashen One. May the...
Ah? Ashen One.
Welcome. Very well, then take... Farewell, Ashen One.
She is so helpless, so delicate, so beautiful. To most, killing her is the most monstrous thing To survive in a cruel world. Kirk has boundaries. He doesn't have spider eggs growing on his back. He's free to do his best for humans how he wishes. An egg bearer's corpse. But this early commitment is just Kirk is going to try to dark age. Lady and nothing else. But what happens with Kirk if you kill the fair lady? He still blades us. He still defends the rich Iceland with his life. Lord of Chaos and mother of all demons is essential to the city of Iceland. A mere lover or desperate admirer like this, after who we idolize, becomes a servant. All the Italian Kirk's place as an anti-hero and compared to a mere romantic, he's a lot like the Kirk in Ds3. But first, fashion souls. This shot in the trailer is probably a quarter of why we got the film. But more than that, the incredible music. It looks like Hannah the Mother. One we know about, yet we hear that he himself who told us. Conversations from software lecture
about the first design that reached me. I apologize. Originally, I asked for something like Hunter who sent Slayer. I like the potency of that character. We've gone through such harsh training to earn his holy armor. But after all that, the special ability allows to weaponize claws and his legs. That's a lot. My first design was a huge guy covered in spikes, but that wasn't what you wanted at all, was it? Exactly. The design only began to take shape when we started talking about the trial of the 77 rings from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The first part of the method occurred to attempt to be the first This will become the trial of the 77 rings. Each contains a metal ring, and the they have to defeat 77 enemies, but with each victory, the number of rings they're forced to carry increases. It's a really cool idea, so we started talking about what it would be like to attach thorns to those rings. The final design was slightly different, but that's where it really started coming together. Another inspiration is so cool, but we don't know for sure if it exactly was inspired by it. It is Siberian Bear hunting armor. There is a lot of debate whether the rental is real. After all, the public took on but wouldn't have been possible for them to it seems that it's found collections in private art lived in the nearest family. This bear hunting armor is an exhibit called Witnesses to a Surrealist Vision, and the famous image is Great Hammer. The next inspiration is from a book the young Miyazaki made well for Brad. With a pocket flashlight, well-articulated bedroom, facing Miyazaki made well to go to the It's called Mystery, and in it there is and the light. Story. Go check it out. But in the end, it comes to this enormous world, beyond an armor covered in spines. Compare lore to inspiration. What a cool find. But in that fashion story, let's get serious. What about the fashion story of the heroes, the collectors, we lay down the same Eric's armor, weapons, and shield. We will later rest the details of how to get it, everything in one place. First, you must be invaded by Kirk before killing the boss in each of his areas. Offline's lane, before killing the Goofy Dragon, the fire Lord Vessel, kill him all three, get his armor, and later very useful against both Kurt's armor, you aren't limited to the narrow It works on a bunch of enemies in the game. You can also use the flip ring to increase your roll frames while wearing Kurt's armor. And also, the damage you do increases the more of Kurt's stats you have equipped, and ends up doing decent damage. Additionally, beware of roll ring when you've equipped a weapon you don't need the stat requirements for. Both Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3, the roll will bounce off and be cancelled on larger enemies, leaving you vulnerable. This applies for wearing any part of Kurt's stat. Confusion around it. Who's to blame? For it, from software, the item states its frightful sword deals only thrust attack. This is false. It does not have any thrust attacks at all. This also means that it does not stack with the Leo. This was a big mistake by From Software, because it means you can easily roast the whole slot. And the Leo ring already not. Many have said that Kurg's armor protects you from another chest. It springs its trap, and after one bite of your thorny armor, spits you out. Is this true? Does Kurg's armor save us? It is definitely possible, and we would be very near that you, but testing is the only way to check. This is definitely a troll rumor. A moment of silence for all those innocents who have died at the hands of this rumor. What about things
I am Emma, High Priest. Allow me. You will not find the Lord. They have led to their journey. Head to the before John. This, if then, and the and go through other. And go up the vi.
If you have the gauntlets equipped and are using a fist weapon, your damage is also increased. Struggling in PvP.
from us. Very well, then taken. Let these souls withdrawn from their essence, manifestations of this vanity, elucidated but by deep within them, retreating in darkness beyond the reach of view. Let them assume master, inhabiting ash, casting themselves upon new forms. Let these souls withdrawn from their essence, manifestations of farewell, Ashen.
There was a turn to his tongue. Like he often uses human anatomy to represent ideas, he often symbolized the function of the original. So, take one example. Great, its relationship with the father. Also, realize that it's likely parts that are regions of our own to carry out our growth, desire for happiness, that's So now, Long-Finger Kirk takes on a new meaning. Other languages can flesh it out further. In some translations, this name is translated as So Kirkegård is consistent in more than its goddesses. so simple. It isn't always heroic. If he serves Khan, he probably believed in the cause. If he serves Rosaria, he believes in protecting her role, however bizarre it feels. When the fair lady dies, he still believes in the rights of demons, and continues what he sees as his duty. Whether a beautiful spider lady is alive or no, he dies to protect the queen of human culture. Isolated. Too big. He works what he believes. He's just as light his work, but was it love and his lordship, or just as a blame time? As always, he over others to get what he wanted, yet he inspired faith among the greatest of heroes. Every great leader walks a fine path. Hatred or love can become their legacy. The true story of Gwyn is as mysterious as any great leaders, for Gwyn's life was one of honour and deceit. For how long did the beings that came with life wander in the dark? Was Gwyn among the first to come to life? Is Gwyn as old as this entity itself? Or was he born from a long line of creatures, scraped out a meagre life in the caverns of the world? But Gwyn would change things. He would stumble on something that would change their fate from one of mere survival. For whether he was the
then
first
it's
to
the
live
champion
is
to be in your
unimportant.
presence
He was
is
the
I
first to
am
grasp.
Yol of Londor. Somehow I failed to die as was ordained. But perhaps my say, champion of Ash. I was once a source. Oh, I should be dead. I.
And almighty power. Among 3 others, he found the Lord Souls, while the other beings would find the souls of death, darkness, and chaos. Soul is the soul of light. With it, he created his very own sun, and stood proudly in its light, lit through by the light of society and success. He tried to act with the honour of a lord till his dying day. Under his rule, the well accepted and miserable underestimated by the ancient rulers of the land. They built new homes undisturbed, and guided into life a thriving culture. There were these squabbles, battles, mistakes, all the difficulties of progress, but led his new civilization through it all. Until these underestimated creatures had grown great stores of knowledge, treasure, art, religion, and military power. There was peace between the 4 lords. Their light was dimmed by shadows, which they cast by the old age. But the dragons were eternal, denied disparity. They did not need it. Light, dark, heat and cold, life and death would always lurk in the corners of the world, so long as the dragons dominated. The other lords wanted more. They wanted to flourish. So, the interests of the lords aligned, for which the Giant of Death and Lord Gwyn allied together. They made ready for war. They ignored the forgettable Fourth Lord. After all, his new place was not as a leader under the watchful eyes of an army. He sought the shadows, preferring a small place in many. Start an age of light, so he ignored his absence. So, the 3 lords declared that war had come, and the dragons met them in combat. The ancient rulers were surprised. These small creatures were harder to defeat than expected. When society had been nourished during the long years that the dragons dismissed them. They had underestimated the disparity. They realized that had been staged, one they would not make again. The dragons unleashed their full force upon the lords and their armies. Full rage, they began to look like one should have been in this world. The dragons slew the soldiers as easily as the mortals they were. Then he saw his faithful silver knights die by his hand. He saw the
Dragonman was called War marched on. If things had continued this way, his army would have been destroyed. Yet someone saved him and society from destruction. Not a lord or a giant or a king mission. Was Dragon, a warped, loathsome dragon, fierce of his peers and terrified of death. Seek the Scale Lord made the choice to side with his own child, the mortals. He betrayed his birth family, which dragons shaped wings. The secret of the dragon's weakness. Like him, the Dragonstone scales could be peeled. Gwyn accessed the power of his life soul and harnessed it in a new way. Created the miracle of lightning. Gwyn shared this miracle with his trusted knights. He shared it with his dragon-slaying son. Off with their fire lightning towers. Fire lightning with a spear. Each and every silver knight launched the miracle alongside their lord. So the tide of battle began to turn. Goth launched his arrows along with volleys from his Dragonslayer unit. Steve left his nurses. Now his blissful spirit lit up by lightning. It is the hide of stone dragons with ease. Cattle made his name her too. Dragons taking trophies. Through his might and build so, dragons on the earth, fancy is the universal natural law. The gods of battle, strength, good for his place to do well in the world. And if the Lord of Might will be sacred, as the Age of Fire flourished, so too did the dark that fueled it. The greater the disparity, the greater power in each thing's opposite. As Gwyn's light burned brighter and Anolondo grew in might, so too did its shadow grow, like an abyss beneath the flame. For just as light lit the dark fueled the light. The Age of Fire went on. Gwyn continued to lead it to greater heights. A Lord of Light was meant to be a Lord of Honor, and so he rewarded Seath for his betrayal as he had promised, even if Seath's actions disgusted him in his heart. Others were repulsed at this decision, but Gwyn had given his word. Gwyn had to step over his misgivings to act as a lord, to do what was best for Lordman. Personal feelings was his duty. The archives, a storehouse of knowledge with which Seath could engage his tireless intellect. He granted him dukedom, another choice that shocked many who fought against the dragons. But Gwyn's word was law. In time, he would give his own daughter to Seath in matrimony. Despite his favour to Seath, Gwyn soldiers continued to hunt down the dragon survivors, one by one. Gwyn was not only the head of the society, but the head of the family of gods. His wife, the mother of his children, was like the disparity of the age. Gwyn was lit by his in the dark. While was celebrated and statues built in his honor, still do not see her face in honor longer. Do we still know her name? His children are known. The firstborn son's name is lost, though we know he was a god of war. While his divine duty was not as complex as Gwyn's, he was a hero who did his duty. Gwyn would go on to leave his firstborn son the power of lightning, showing his love and perhaps that he ought to be the next king. Guinevere, his firstborn daughter, was the goddess of bounty and fertility. She did her duty too until she left the capital. Gwyn was also father to other children whose role would be much more hidden. Both would assist him to deal with humanity and the dark, the eternal problem of the Lord of Light. Both would remain eternally loyal to him, for humanity was the fuel for the Age of Fire, the Age's dark secret. These beings of dark, the Pygmies, gifted a city, sealed away along with the gift of his youngest daughter, who served as their goddess. Later, he would trust his youngest son, Gwendolyn, to manage the flow of humanity. Raised as a daughter, the power of sorcery and the milk was strong in Gwendolyn. He would cast illusions to preserve the sun of the city. Another great human city would need management, New Londo. Would entrust management of the city to the 4 kings. Management of the city and its humanity was so well executed, we would trust these kings and reward them handsomely. For Sage of Fire burned so strong that it could not go wrong. Dragons lived eternally in pain. Young lions who eventually been or find the road, the light of a contender. They were chosen to turn a blind eye to the activities and underworld. Something the land with Jin, and so Gwyn once again turned to war. Seeking to travel down to the pits of Isola to a world with fire, face his old ally, the witch, trying to solve yet another problem of disparity and competition. Maybe the beyond grateful. Both sides would bleed as mortals. Chaos fire as men burned, and the black knights were born. Chaos demons did not relent. After all, they fought for survival. The struggle went on and on with no resolution. Losses on both sides became too much to bear, and so two worlds, the former allies, can agreed upon light. Both civilizations would have a share of humanity. It settled, saying is their monopoly, so that they might be again. But his compromise didn't fix his problems, for still the flame faded. An unavoidable problem. How to solve it now? So, the monk had given his daughter away to a turncoat just to solve a problem. Would use the corrupt propaganda of London to solve a problem. Kept his own daughter in the city. To face it, the Lord, split the soul for his departure, to once used to his ever faithful where more than an age ago, the first grasp his Lord's soul, forwards for the first time, man, but one who sustained power had faded. Remains of his split soul still within him, a shadow of the shadow against the grounds, fell to a breeze, like he hadn't felt since he crawled in the darkness. His loyal knights stood in ranks, gave themselves to the flame, ready for his sacrifice, ready for their sacrifice. For the sake of the age he loved, for what he saw as the best thing for the world he left behind. And so, he died with honor. His legacy and how he lived is up to us. To Lord for death, new series. For interesting lore that is hard to pin down, where we can chat, discuss, and speculate together. Furthermore, it is for many of you who told us you listen to our lore to relax. So sit back and enjoy the first episode. Today on this Lore Before Death, we've got relationships, gods, blood relations, family relations, friendships, lovers. Some thoughts
some firekeepers, and the firelink shrine firekeeper Anastasia, and the dragon child in Ash Lake speculation. Dark Souls lore before that. First of all, let's talk about some relationships that we still don't understand in Dark Souls. Obviously, Miyazaki has drawn a lot from myths and legends, and in many myths and legends, the relationships between gods they have changing feelings towards each other on an ongoing basis. Gods are imperfect and are sensitive and envious. They are intelligent and sometimes merciful. These emotions also come into play with each other. They fall in love. They fall out of love. They are friends. They become enemies. The world on earth should go. They don't who worships them. Another wishes to kill humans. So we have this we also have the gods are born. The gods were born. Who are related. The gods being gods are not always totally true. There are a lot of cases in mythology where gods arising from nothing, or from another god, where it doesn't happen biologically with humans. And then there are a lot of cases of gods arising from gods having relationships with humans, and gods having relationships with gods. Oftentimes, these relationships with humans are not totally normal. And oftentimes the gods are related. Therefore, it means that they have some blood relationship before they have a child. A famous example of this is Zeus and Hera, who are brother and sister, both born from Titan, and again are gods in the same way. There must be some difference between giants, humans, lords, gods, but it's rather blurry how it comes about. We've said before that All-Father Lloyd may have been, if he existed at all, in a hierarchy that came before the gods, before the lords. We said before in our timeline video that by the time the lords come about, and certainly by their attack on the dragons, culture has been around for a long time. That isn't to say that they emerged and found the Lord Souls immediately either. They emerged when the first flame came because life arrived. But this doesn't mean they emerged right next to the fire, where they found the souls immediately. So already we have some similarities. These giants and titans and so on, and then the Lord, and then sort of humans seem to be below them in power and influence. If we now look at Quinn specifically, it seems to be the case that we don't know who his wife is. We know that he had children. The omniscient item descriptions tell us so. Is. Many have speculated that Quinn may be the mother of the gods. Really. After all, Quinn had first and second children. That there is not a generation down. Certainly, she's a goddess of fertility. It's not whether she had any children. She runs off, flame god Flame. It's not talked about her having children with him to give again. So, she is this goddess of fertility. Where is the proof of it? She could be the mother of the first person. Because the son was Glenn's first
well, if we are to believe the iconography, which is omniscient. So, if Guinevere comes in later, we still have a problem. The mother of the firstborn son. Perhaps there is some confusion about who the goddess of fertility is, or if there is more than one. We have already mentioned that there are symbols of the goddess of fertility in Anor Londo, what looks to be baking bread. It could perhaps be placing a child in a cot, but our best guess is that it looks most like baking bread. This is a traditional symbol in Greek mythology for the goddess of grain and fertility, the goddess to be thanked for the season of harvest. This is in the room just before we reach Ornstein, Smough, and Guinevere. So does this represent the worship of Guinevere, or is this someone else? We've already mentioned that the goddess of grain and fertility is Demeter in Greek myths. Her daughter is abducted by the god of the underworld. Is there a similar such link in Dark Souls? If Guinevere is the mother of the children, excepting the firstborn son, this may lead to the reason that Gwendolyn is born imperfect, or serpentine, as it is imperfect, perhaps due to blood relation. At the same time, the serpent is an imperfect dragon. We do not see where the dragon aspect comes in. Was Guinevere actually responsible somehow with dragons? Was she connected with the production of Priscilla? Did some of Seath's magic rub off on Guinevere, and so when she gave birth to Gwendolyn, he was serpentine? Was Gwendolyn raised as a daughter, not for any other reason than to hide the serpent legs? Then, having fought against the dragons, he would have been horrified to see imperfect dragons as part of his child. Also, if it was Guinevere, the imperfection would have an explanation. Guinevere obviously, genetically, may not produce a healthy child with Gwyn. Moving past god-to-god relationships for now, we find that just like in Greek myths, the gods do have their factions in the real world, or the human world. Gwendolyn has connections on the ground, people who work for him, covenant who worship him. So does the firstborn son. It seems as though Guinevere once had maiden, even if she has since left. The young maidens of hers we find are transformed into serpent creatures. Just like gods, they send out their influence into the world and try to influence the human world in ways that are beneficial to them. There also has some influence with the calm. This is likely to be the case because of the product perhaps when she was alive, she had used her looks and charm to influence the human world, especially the male human world. Similarly, in the painted world, there is a large statue of Guinevere. Are they doing her bidding once again? Is the protection of Priscilla something that Guinevere would like to do? This would again seem to place a slight link between Seath's attempt at dragons, his magic, and Guinevere. Maybe she gifted the maidens to Seath, and they were not stolen. Certainly, with the serpentine aspects of Gwendolyn, if it is her son, her presence in the room guarding Priscilla's prison, one would presume that perhaps her connections with the attempted reproduction of dragons is deeper than it first seems. All the gods seem to interact with covenants and use their influence on humans. Even Mito, who seems not to care much, will accept your rising death and runs his own covenant. He is not concerned with anything else, it seems. Even from his own elevation, if you have his witness. So even the least concern the world still operates his coming. It's now opportunity factions in time and final action. Of my very interested just that she is not it is why she is not some other ice restrictions make it almost indifferent. Not just keep her there. Keep on there. She is part of the value against the odds. Will button price in a minute. She did not refuse, which, for example, Russia using price in a minute. Why would it happen? Ireland trying hard aged and then this indifference makes sense when you consider that she is valuable. And Faki, but that is valuable. Faki's soul is very unique. No, we know that. Even if she was a perpetrator of crime against the gods, they want her.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
That one isn't especially likely to usually next. If Dark Souls is not, then extremely one day. One might not go there. Even want to go down to see the fight, but it's there. So it was very keen that we linked the fire. She seems to believe that the curse of undeath will be lifted once the fire is linked. She can die soon. She hopes, therefore, we will save her. Now, this would seem to say that she was not part of the plot, but is just a brutalized victim of the brainwashing machine that is the church. She says she is powerless, but she will do what she can. Who is the slave of story? This seems to be the behavior of someone brainwashed. She's had her tongue cut out, and her legs mutilated, so she cannot escape. She does her duty. She has accepts the torment of being locked up, and also being ignored by humanity. It is a pretty rough life. It's not beautiful. She gets killed by Lord Frank. An interesting show of Lord is that there is a black eye ball which is dropped on her death. This leads you to be signaled when you can go to achieve her soul. This means brainwashed to the extent that she is. She is far more so important to the Christ than that. That idol is an object that serves the gods, and therefore it is the gods who have the interest of keeping her there, and do it through the church and its manipulations. She is really anti-tragic. She really believes that she's doing something good, and she really believes that the curse of undeath will leave and believe it. Maybe this is true, but it's unlikely to be true, given the appetite she seems to have, and seems to be clearly about keeping her involved. She could, of course, be playing a game. Now she is playing safe. Who knows? Ouija Code says that smoke and ashes have darkened the White Hood over the years. It originally was the road of the Maiden. It implies her church up in it, as well as the one vampire this would imply the description of that lady the part of the body is permanently damaged. This implies that world outside. This effectively uncertainty also incredibly rich and when she will probably accept prison. The dangers of the world in a very effective way in the the baby dragon with baby feathers in the nest. Academically and his experiments have been the history of the dragon trial. He is certainly the prime suspect, and we at least know he was coming rather close to his goal. Somehow, the dragon worshippers were the ones to create the hell for baby feathers. There is some sort of line. One thing that we wondered about is the glass behind the statue in the church with Bell of the Lake, where you find a fountain of the soul. What looks to be an egg. It is very blurry and hard to see. If the dragon did make some sort of agreement with some portion of the human race, certainly a mystery. Two dragons with world famous for music that have been around for a while. We are even told in the extremely great sword description that Hell is the last of the ancient titans in the secret. It's with some sort of magic. The dragon creates a baby dragon. From the minerals from the archery itself. Dragon is inside an archery after all. Maybe their nature, these fundamentals of the world, correlate with each other. Just as an archery has its nature, so too is it natural for dragons to arise from the stone or mineral archeries. Somehow, it is life, in fact. The Dragon Covenant followers attempt to become like dragons, escape the It is a dynamic that is incredibly important. If dragons become dominant, it's a kind of bizarre situation where, because of the flame still existing, exists, maybe some stone dragons would die due to their nature. Have some serpentine offspring, eventually. It would be a strange world. It would be a bit like if dinosaurs survived. Certainly, in the later games, there are dragons which rise, pure dragons, or at least it seems to be that way. So we can assume that some form of dragon lineage will survive through the same dragon, or to see somehow. It is unlikely a whole new dragon will rise in some other way, unless, as we said before, there is some way to draw a dragon from stone, as if dragons are just a property of stone that grows up from stone, or like a crystal or a geological formation. Lots of mysteries in the game that we will never really get to. Because there are just too many interconnects on the sides. It is a wonderful world and very representative in our artistic and our own world. We hope you enjoyed the first episode of Law Before Bed, and we've got plenty more that's a little more loose in the future.
Cleanse the body's curse.
soul is the nationality. And two dismantled instruments, the bonfire, which represents the flocks are the undead. Why this humanity lives in the fire keeper is very interesting. Why does it know that? And of course, while we are doing like that, no actually tells us strange. Such cells as the people in the fire. It's crazy. Change the war, the incense, and the oil. Whether or not the church manipulates her is not really the point. It's that what she's doing is good, so she's not acting. She's the whole players to see the content of the Jewish court, where it is contains influence around looks like fellow simply sound like fire from glass. So the evidence of fire for a rape falls on you too. And souls coming in black, present, lighting candles, caring for the space, translating the past with the dragon in our blade is the fire keeper. So you cannot expect someone else beating from the fire, and this is very well tended to. Already kindled on our arrival. And unaffected by the fire, also destroyed them. This dragon's death well the fire together, held by the dragon. Come to me! The dragon comes in a bonfire and wished very much humanity to certainly set the scene. Finally, on top of the firekeepers, although he is male and not literally a firekeeper, women is a fire protector. Girls are first time to ask, not with gentleness. In the same way as other firekeepers, just and with pain. It's lost his life. Firekeepers have doing that sometimes because they can learn to take giants. Same for Dark Souls is the relationship with giants. Currently, there seems to be some sense that giants can be before lords or humans. The definition and difference is ambiguous in the first place. It's certainly a consistent theme in the concept. Ancient entities can giants, and it's easy to understand as time goes on. Dark Souls may universally seem to have strengthened beings, especially violence and their attention. That's larger than the is research. The legal domain itself seems to be a giant size. It also belongs since earliest time.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
This was like the ancestors is not simple enough. There is a why giants is respected? The war has been fighting on the battlefield against death and harm and wrong. They already get on the basis. Giant-like is the most likely to defend giant soldiers. He's not saying he's good. That's the problem coming out. The giants don't leave while the non-dragon creatures are still marginalized. And then, what's the Lord's comfort with slaves or similar slaves throughout the Age of Fire? Look like God was awarded to show his prowess in the war against the dragons, but this is still under the leadership of him. How did all this ambiguity? It might become such as so this is who we are. Giants is a main theme of Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 3, very happy subject. So what is the correct power for every game? What we think about giants is their faces. We actually do not see a giant's face in Dark Souls 1. We need to notice this in the time. This would have led to speculation. Dark Souls 2 surprised us with nine faces. From the very beginning. Steps from software sequence, which they have a very interesting creative choice of a whole or fate.
I don't know what the consensus is on this concept. We're all looking for hardware needs. Life always died. It would seem that they're really interested in this time. Never giant created the moonlight butterfly and the crystal golems. That doesn't mean that because it hasn't been categorically ruled out that he did not create other creatures, that we should have stardust bears and horned sea snakes. Dark Souls 2 did far too much of this very thing. The slavery theme continues into Dark Souls 2, where there was a giant uprising. We don't feel it was especially well resolved, and we still don't really know the place of giants. Combining this with the fact that the pygmy and the role of the pygmy in humans, and the difference between them and the lords is still ambiguous, makes us feel this is all allegory. Differences between humans and lords may be a symbol for some difference in the way of life, as well as
Lord Arboreus is very easily corrupted by humanity. He did not have much guard. Something message about being sublime and being good.
be getting tagged in other content. Elden Ring, though some might mistakenly call it shallow, it's perhaps too much fleshing out. It's like entering something with many moving parts, or swimming on the top of the deep sea compared to a shallow bay. There is much more of a sense of culture between humans and demi-humans, even if it is not explicitly stated, when compared to giants and lords in Dark Souls. It's not literally stated, but we can get a feeling for the social currents. They probably learned from the confusing and difficult balance of having gigantic creatures ruled by those much smaller than them, and chose to have the titans already buried in the earth of the distant past. Elden Ring is a good example of depth being its own enemy. We hope the community realizes how interesting the lore is, as it can suffer from its own breadth. As Sea of Time tells, and Elden Ring becomes a long-term success. It's slightly forgotten, like Sekiro lore. We look forward to exploring it with you. Beware, Zeemar's story is a warning to us all. Everyone likes Zeemar, but do we want to be like him? In your opinion, right?
Ashen One.
Cleanse the bastard's curse.
On the backside. Should have gone for it, Gorilla, when he had the chance. Absolutely. Come on, Ruff, get McCall in there. Get him off that turnbuckle. He's going to be a legal position right now. The tide could be turning once again. Now, he caught some first, but he hurt. Yeah, it's all this thing. Things are dangerous when they're hurt.
Oh, cleanse the bastard's curse.
up there. Look at that, 15 to 18 foot of python. And they're opening it down. Come on, give me the rest of it. Look at this. Some of the action that went down only moments ago. Look at that. There you see Jimmy Hart coming in, interfering with Tom Random. There's the cradle like a honky tonk man. Jim Jake the stick. Look at the top rope there. He's got the rope. He does not see it. He got away with it. Now get it out. He got away with it. He got the win. And there's the win. Now look at this. Damien almost stopped the mountain south. He almost did. He's one with his feet on the mountain. A whole lot more stuff comes there. There definitely is, Gorilla. Definitely is. I have your attention for just a moment. At this time, I've been told we have a very special announcement. It's a World Wrestling Federation gold. Big. Personified. Oh, they definitely are. They're going to have to use all the quickness they can get, though, against Soul Pop in the sheet. Former champion. Giant sheet of Nikolai Volkov. They're going to shape the team. Great shape. They're always in great shape. Big Russian. And the Iron Sheik wasting no time and taking an upper hand in this one. Come on, Rep. I got to get somebody out of there. Trying to get some control. It's going all four ways. And now what break does this guy have to be a big time? 625. Backfire. The referee has got to get one of his spears there. Finally, Nikolai Volkov over the top of the floor and a big front fill out of the ring. Lee Bryan and Double Jim both inside the ring, but he laid the count on both of them. Whoa, but he gets foul wrong. Campanello not actually inside this one. Finally got two guys in the ring. Outside that ring. Look at the tear-up job on the clothing for the slip there at the hands of Tito Santana. Yeah, Chico backstands the guy from behind. Big cross. That's obvious to me, sir. All four men inside the ring once again. There's a referee trying to maintain some of the semblance of order, but it's not an easy task. Double Jim in the wrong part down right now. He's getting floppy. Oh, yeah. Let's let the champ do his thing. Double axe handle right underneath the chin. 2 count and a knee got him out of there. Yeah, if he'd have hooked the leg, he got it right there. I think so. Not a whole lot behind that punch. Yeah, Brett Elfire can the punches to the abdominal area. No success at all. Well, the sheep's always an extra position as well. Not going to have that kind of effect. Big punch.
Bastard's curse.
By the master of the suplex, as we look over the shoulder of the armed guard, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I think that's terrible that Jack Cuddy allows this guy to run around with a suplex for like that. Another suplex coming up. Oh, he nailed it, but well executed. By the sheet. 2 pounds. Whoa. 2.5 perhaps. See Brian Flair doing a lot of cheerleading on the apron there. Another evil shot to the lower end of it. Didn't have any effect whatsoever. Irish whip in. Oh, the high knee. That's in trouble momentarily, at least. Come on, let's get that pressure on there. He don't believe he's dead. Let's get Steve going, old thing. I don't believe he did. He's not going to correct decision. The right decision. If you don't see it, you don't call. But it's got to be consistent. Any cost to being a chance to win a match. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of this contest, as a result of this one, and the Iron Sheik. Jim Duggan leading the chant of USA by these 93,000 plus. Talk about spirit. Well, these were 4. Right behind the chaser. Now look at this. Look at this, Stephen. Look at this. Wham! Right on the back of the iron sheet across the back of the dead room nose. I mean, Jen Honey should find and suspend this maniac. Well, you think the iron sheet will have some kind of negative attitude about 2x4s? Right now, folks, we're going to go to our special WrestleMania interview center with me, Gene Okerlund, and Andre and the Brain.
Andre the Giant, just moments away from your stepping through the ropes and in the ring to meet Hulk Hogan. In his quickest prospect of all time, I want to give you a call.
Jim, you see me now, but I'm ready to win. Believe me, it's not going to take me too long. Come back right at the front of the camera. With the wall, trying to get cheap out. One by one.
Oh, I can see it. Oh, the adrenaline goes. This man right here is going to make me famous. He's going to become the heavyweight champion of the world. And I'm going to go down the history books as the manager of the world heavyweight champion. I'm ready. Hogan, you got to be ready.
Leading up to this one, here's two guys just who are almost brothers, you might say. And this is going to put literally a brother inside. Let's take a look. Leading up to
Andre the Giant, congratulating the new heavyweight champion of the world.
That's right, we'll do it. I'm really proud of you. I'd like to take that point out.
Andre the Giant is number 1 in WWE. I'd like to thank you for recognizing in my That's awesome. I will produce Andre the Giant. What are you doing, Andre?
Yes, indeed, and that's what brought 93,000 bucks here to the Silverdome test. Coming up real quick. Well, we're going to go right now to meet Gene Okerlund in the locker room area with the world heavyweight champion, Hulk Hogan.
Away from the biggest heavyweight title match for this man ever. Hulk Hogan, you gotta be ready.
Well, you know how funny I just give you covers, man. I thought something early last night, brother. I didn't realize the interstate supply of Silverdome's in danger. Not that 90,000 plus on the inside. It's the 90,000 plus on the outside. Those are the ones I'm worried about. Because when I get on that big nasty side, when he takes the truth, when he feels about Hulkamania, the day the whole earth is going to shake. What are those 90,000 plus Hulkamania on the outside going to think? I'm not worried about the people with the closed circuit. I'm not worried about the people all around the world. They'll see it. Just the Hulkamania, the way it's turned this whole state upside down, the way the whole world's upside down. What are they gonna think when the Giant hits the ground? He feels around the Hulkamania.
Conceivably blow the roof off this great city, the Silverdome. Right now, let's go back to the booth.
Obviously, in the greatest shape of his life, world heavyweight champion, Hulk Hogan. This is going to be a beauty. Let's go to Howard.
Ladies and gentlemen, just prior to getting ready for our main event, it is my honor and great pleasure to introduce to you our guest ring announcer. Please join quickly, Mr. Baseball.
Mr. Baseball, your friend of mine, Bob Bucher. Bob Bucher's never had this life doing a match. I mean, he's in section 307 in the upper northeast corner. Well, he told me he felt quite at home while he was up here in the broadcast booth because this is about the height that he's walking from. Oh, yeah, most definitely. You know what? We got a ball here, Gorilla. I want to say hi to Timmy.
then taken. Farewell, Ashen Smith.
Ah? Ashen.
Welcome, very then take. Farewell, Ashen Smith.
Ah? Ashen one.
Welcome. Very well then taken. Farewell, Ashen one, me.
It wasn't. Pretty big.
If you've any you, if like the go, you'll fake enough. If like the thing, if like thing,
Oh. Pardon me, I am, to be honest, have you ever walked where this lift, well, this with a lift,
are you? I help. I help.
Don't disappear. But thanks to you, I've on some. I. Waited. Well, I seek word of the Knights of Katarina. Fight by your side. That was quite, but you mustn't get it. We unkindled must put up. But, for the moment, to your valor. Look! Well, I'm going to have me.
Thank you.